Good morning, Laramie County Fair. We're going to kick off the FFA Goat Show here directly after the national anthem. The flag is located in the southwest corner of the show ring. Due to technical difficulties, we'll just go ahead and say the pledge. I All right, our first heat of FFA showmanship. Go ahead and make your way on into the ring. This morning we welcome back to the show ring Cameron Anderson from Needville, Texas. He judged collegiately on competitive teams at South Plains College and Texas Tech University. While at South Plains College, Cameron was selected as an All-American livestock judge. Some of his livestock judging highlights include the second high individual at the State Fair of Texas, the second high individual at the National Western Stock Show, while also being in the top 10 at numerous contests across the nation. After his collegiate judging career was over, Cameron was the assistant coach at South Plains College for 2 years. Cameron currently resides in Crane, Texas. Please give Cameron a warm Laramie County welcome. 2 of FFA Showmanship can start making their way to the southeast gate to check in. Tyler Humphrey, Avery Moore, Blair Sanchez, Braxton Olson, Anthony Quick, Hannah Schick, Natalie Smalley, Taya Thompson, Kelby Walls, Reese West, and Brandon Winslow. Please be making your way to check in at the southeast gate. If you have not checked in for Heat 2 of FFA Showmanship, make your way to the southeast gate as soon as possible.
What an incredible way to get the sheep show started with. And I went ahead and pulled 5 exhibitors that I would like to come back to compete for the overall showmanship in the FFA division. And that's taking nothing away from the kiddos that I'm going to ask to exit the ring. Little things that kind of separated this group from the rest of the pack. Maybe it was a little bit of eye contact. Maybe it was control. Maybe it was keeping their animal presented highly and stuck and not fidgeting with them. Maybe it was just using the whole ring at times. Again, close calls. I'll go through and talk to the kids that we're going to ask to exit. I'm not going to talk to the 5 we're bringing back. We'll do that here in a little bit. Again, really tough competition. If we could, let's give it up for all these senior showmen.
Returning to the final drive of FFA Showmanship will be, in no particular order, Catherine Olson, Ethan Bomberger, Cooper Sanchez, Haley Cooper, and Michaela Curles. Exhibitors, please keep your all livestock in either the shavings or on the mats. We don't want them on the concrete. If you have your sheep in front of the bleachers, please take them back to an area with shavings.
Again, we worked through this next heat, and I went ahead and pulled 5 that I thought did an outstanding job. And that's taking nothing away from the exhibitors I'm going to ask to exit the ring. Little things kind of separated this group. Maybe it was just getting them stuck and keeping them stuck. Maybe it wasn't fidgeting with them as much. Maybe it was keeping their legs square and in the right place. Maybe it was a little eye contact or remaining a bit more natural. Again, I'll go through and talk to the exhibitors I'm going to ask to exit the ring. We'll talk to these here in just a little bit. One more time, if we could, let's give it up for this heat of senior showmen.
Returning to the champion drive for the FFA showmanship in no particular order, Tyler Humphrey, Blair Sanchez, Braxton Olson, Anthony Quick, and Reese West. And from Heat 1, Catherine Olson, Ethan Baumberger, Cooper Sanchez, Haley Cooper, and Michaela Curlis. Following the selection of the FFA showman, we will go into Division I Super Light Weight Class 1. We need Reagan Allen, Emma Berg, Blair Sanchez with 3, Cooper Sanchez, and Natalie Smalley.
We narrowed it down to 2 out here in this showmanship heat, and I will never apologize for taking any extra time when it comes to showmanship, because I find it so important, especially when we get to the small ruminants and sheep and goats. It can make and break you whenever we get to the bigger shows. For me, I thought these 2 young men did an outstanding job just in terms of doing the little things correctly, and then 2, whenever we were switching animals. And that might be a little different for some, and some might not agree with it, but I think whenever we get this close and it gets that tight in terms of competition, we need to start looking for master showmen, and that's what I'm out here looking for, is the one that can go out and pick any animal out of the pasture and make them look the absolute best. And I think these 2 young men did an outstanding job with that when they touched all of the sheep. Again, it's a close call, and I asked them asked both of them a question, and they're going to answer it on the microphone here in a second. The question I asked them is how they would try to get more youth involvement into agriculture and what their sales pitch would be towards that. I'll let them kind of ponder over that a second. They can rock, paper, scissors to see who wants to go first. Again, close call. If we could, let's give it up for these 2 young men.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Braxton Olson. I'm going to be a senior there at Oklahoma State and graduate next May. And when asked how we get the youth involved, I think it kind of starts potentially definitely in the classroom. And then also I feel a good way to get more youth involved is livestock camps, judging camps, things like of that nature. And it's really, it starts with the adults, and it's all about encouragement, not discouragement. Thank you.
Youth, like as in like cities and just youth in general. Like we kind of need more involvement to make this. That's right. Keep going. You can put your own spin on it too. Okay. Introduce yourself. Hey, I'm Ethan Baumberger. I'll be a junior in high school. So I think the best way to get youth involved in the livestock industry, I think the big cities have put a lot of turn into livestock, making it look so bad as what it is not. I mean, I think it's a great lifestyle. I think we give these animals a better chance. I think showing has been put down a lot, as in the big cities. I think people think of it as we're treating them wrongly, but I see it as the other way. I think we're giving them a better life other than the feedlot. I mean, my sheep get treated way better than what I think I treat myself. So, you know, and having them camps and showing them what the livestock industry is like would be a great way to introduce young youth into the livestock industry.
Again, kind of like how I mentioned earlier yesterday, that definitely didn't make my decision any easier, because I thought both young men answered that question very, very well. For me, you know, when it comes to getting more youth involved, I think that's something that we need to strive to do, because this industry is such a good thing, and especially raising kids up in it. It teaches them so many values, and it's not about these 4-legged animals that we're out here exhibiting. It's about the 2-legged kids and what they're learning and the values they get from it. Again, this was very close decision, and I'm sure everybody ringside, I know y'all got y'all's favorites. For me, one of them hit me just a bit harder coming out of the gate. One of them was just a bit better when we started switching them. Young man to my right's going to be our champion. Young man here to my left's going to be reserved.
Congratulations, FFA Showman. Champion is Braxton Olson. Reserve is Ethan Baumberger. Third, Blair Sanchez. Fourth, Catherine Olson. And fifth, Reese West. Also, I'd like to recognize Freeman Livestock for being the buckled sponsor for the FFA Showmanship. We'll move into Division I Super Lightweight Class 1. We're looking for Reagan Allen, Emma Berg, Blair Sanchez with 3, Cooper Sanchez, and Natalie Smalley. Exhibitors, if you plan on selling your market lamb or could sell your market lamb, please don't forget to take photos at the photo backdrop with Hot Shots Photography. And we also encourage everyone to attend the FFA livestock sale at 7 on Friday at the Wyoming Hereford Ranch and the 4-H livestock sale on Saturday morning starting at 9 a.m. here at the Event Center at Archer. Division I Superweight Light Class 2, please be checking in at the southeast gate. We need Haley Cooper, Abigail Horde, Avery Moore, Cooper Sanchez, Blair Sanchez, and Brandon Winslow.
Nice class to get the FFA show started with, and I thought we had a competitive trio that I went back and forth in my mind between, but ultimately I keep landing on this young lady's weather here. I think a sheep that when we get him into motion, that's the one I like in terms of his athletic build and athletic skeleton. Hands-on, that one's awfully aggressive right there behind his shoulder. We can make him just a notch fresher over his loin edge, but that guy's got a big square edge in him. I think a sheep propped up, that's the one that makes the most sense in terms of his silhouette. I think a nice one to win this particular group. Sheep and two is awfully intriguing because when we get that one propped up and he relaxes and comes into her, I think that one's awfully balanced and proportional. I think a sheep that hands-on is massive in terms of that one's touch. That one's so bold in terms of its body, and that one's got more lower leg shape than our winner. For me, though, we need to make that one a bit better in terms of that one's top line, a bit tighter at times. We can see that one just a bit more up-fronted and pick that one up there in terms of its chest. I think that pair was awfully close. I think we got a good one there in two. I think the U in three is another one that's kind of cut from the same mold in terms of her balance and in terms of her proportions, a big rib sheep that's got a lot of mass up high. For me, that was just a bit too plain touching when we get comparative. I'd like to see her just a bit more attractive when we prop that one up from the side. She wants to plant her hind leg just a bit more up and down. I wish she had a bit more flex built into there. But man, a good one there in three. An awful green one that comes in four, but man, that one's awfully good as well. I think when we get three-quarters shot and directly behind them, that one's really good in terms of that one's width progression, hard touching, and that one's got a nice bottom line to her as well. For me, though, that was just a shot too green, especially over her edges. I think a sheep that we need to see just a bit more opened up when we get comparative, but an awfully good built one there in four. Young ladies, that comes in five, super stout in terms of his foot. I think one that's really aggressive right there behind his shoulder. We need to see that one square over the edge of his loin. Gets a shot rounder in that regard, a bit more open in terms of the point of his shoulder. We could push him back in terms of his knee as well. Man, a great top five. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Division 1 Super Lightweight Class 1. First is Reagan Allen. Second, Blair Sanchez with 8.51. Third, Natalie Smalley. Fourth, Blair Sanchez with 8.55. Fifth, Emma Berg. And sixth, Blair Sanchez with 8.53. We will bring back the top three from each class for the division selection. So we will need Reagan, Blair with 8.51, and Natalie back in just a moment. Blair, please have 8.55 on standby. If Class 1 has not checked in at the gate, you need to do so immediately. Reagan Allen, Blair Sanchez with 851, and Natalie Smalley. Also, Blair Sanchez with 855. Please be on standby.
I think we got an awfully good pair, and I could see you switching it up just depending on where you want to light your preferences. For me, the one that hit me hardest is the young ladies in terms of that one's build, that one's athleticism when we get them into motion. And then we prop that guy up, and he's about as cool as the other side of the pillow when we get comparative in this particular class. And up-fronted one that's got the right kind of shape to his shoulder. I think a tall-fronted one that runs uphill. Now we could fix him in terms of the way his hookup is. We can make him just a bit more seamless in that regard. Hands-on, I think he's a shot raw, but I think his loin edge is still fine. I think a sheep that's really progressive in terms of his width. Maybe not overwhelming in terms of just width and natural thickness, but one that's got plenty for my liking. I think an awfully good one to win this particular class. Sheep in 2 is a bit different than the one in first. That one's real big in terms of her foot. That one's really bold in terms of her body and has a lot of topside mass to it. I think that one starts a bit more aggressive right behind her shoulder. She gets a bit rounder over the edge of her loin on a comparative note. When we study both of them from the side, she's got just the shot extra in terms of her shoulder, a bit more out in that regard comparatively. I think we could pick her up in her chest just a shot, and we can maybe loosen her and relax her in her spine when we get them into motion. But man, that's a close pair. My compliments to those 2 young kiddos. Sheep in 3 is a bit more conventional in terms of that one's build. That one's opened up in terms of her center skeleton. I think a bold-bodied one that's got a ton of mass up high. We need that one to be a bit more aggressive. We need that one to have a shot more stretch and a shot more style when we compare him to the 2 ahead of him. But an awfully good view there in 3. Young Man's that comes in 4, another one that's so opened up when we catch that chest shot. I think a sheep that's still plenty round in terms of that one's body. I wish that one had a bit more fresh, crisp shape on the top side of that one's skeleton. We could see that one just a bit better in terms of the way it comes out of its hind leg. Wants to plant it just a bit more up and down. We get a bit more bend to make that one a bit more athletic when we get him into motion. That one works up awfully quick. Young Ladies that comes next, man, another one I like in terms of its silhouette. I like that one in terms of its pattern. For me, hands-on. We need more aggressive shape up high. We need that one to have a bit more turn down into that one's lower leg. And then the blue one that rounds us out here, a long patterned one that's awfully extended. That one can go for days when we get them out into motion. A really sound structured one. We need more real muscle in that one, especially on the top side of that guy's skeleton. Man, an awesome class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
In Division 1, Class 2, first is Haley Cooper. Second is Cooper Sanchez. Third, Blair Sanchez. Fourth, Brandon Winslow. Fifth, Abigail Horde. And sixth, Avery Moore. We will bring back Haley Cooper, Cooper Sanchez, and Blair Sanchez. Brandon Winslow, please be on standby. Following the super light division selection, we will have Division 2 lightweight Class 1. That will be the only class in that division. We're looking for Haley Cooper, Michaela Curlis, Tyler Humphrey, Catherine Olson, Blair Sanchez, Hannah Schick, and Brandon Winslow. Please check in at the gate.
We bring our class winners back out here, and I think it's awfully close. I'll go ahead and break down the top two from each respective class. I thought that first class, man, that's an awfully sporty one that wins that particular group. Tall-fronted one that runs uphill, that's really athletic when we get them into motion. I think a sheep that's aggressive right there behind its shoulder. We can see that one a bit fresher over that one's loin edge, but man, that one's edges are awfully big and square. Maybe that one could have just a shot more down into its lower leg, but an awfully good one that wins that first particular group. I thought that second class, man, the second in that class, man, that one's opened up, that used so bold in her body and so massive on the top side. I wish that one was just a bit more attractive up front. We could pick her up in her chest. We could make her just a bit more stylish up through her front 1/3, and then I thought that pair would get even closer. Man, that second class, that was tough. I thought that was an awfully good pair, and I could see you switching it if that's how you want to lie your preferences. For me, I like the young lady's white-featured one in terms of that one's build and in terms of that one's image when we got them propped up. That one's loin edge. We could just hook that one up just a bit more seamless in terms of its hookup. But, man, that one's edges are still big. That one's edges are still square. And then the young man's ewe that was in 2. That one's so good in terms of its body. That one's great in terms of its handle up high right behind its shoulder. We can see that one just a bit square over the edge of her loin. We can see that one just a bit more attractive up front when we go on a comparative note. Again, close calls. I got my favorites, and I'll go out and show you the order I like them in. Again, as I do one more time, let's give it up for this division.
Haley Cooper is grand in the super light division. Cooper Sanchez is reserve. Reagan is third. Blair Sanchez is fourth in the super light division. Natalie Smalley goes fifth, and then Blair Sanchez is sixth overall in the super light division. We'll now move into Division 2 lightweight class 1. There will only be one class in this division. Following the Division 2 lightweight class 1, we will move into Division 3 medium weight class 1. Haley Bruckner, Jaden Cardona, Tyler Humphrey, Peyton Moore, Blair Sanchez, Reese West, and Brandon Winslow. Please check in at the gate. Division 3 medium weight class 1, please head to the southeast gate to check in. Haley Bruckner, Jaden Cardona, Tyler Humphrey, Peyton Moore, Blair Sanchez, Reese West, and Brandon Winslow. There's only one class in Division 2, so we will not have a division drive. We will move right into Division 3.
Nice class here in a really tough top trio. The one I keep going back to is the young ladies here on the far right. I think a sheep that's not overwhelming in terms of width by any stretch of the imagination, but one that's got plenty for my liking. And then we study that guy from the side, and that's the one that I'm after in terms of his silhouette. Tall fronted one that runs uphill, that's got the right kind of set of feet and legs and hind leg posture to him. Hands on, that one's plenty aggressive behind his shoulder. We can see that one a notch fresher over the edge of his loin, but that one's still plenty big and plenty square in terms of his edges. I think a nice one to win this particular group. Nice looking one comes here in two that runs uphill. I think a sheep that's awfully trim. I think a sheep that's awfully good when we get him into motion. Hands on, that one's just a bit too raw over that one's loin edge on a comparative note. Also, we can see that one. We can blend his shoulder just a bit smoother. He's a bit out at the point of it. We can twist his front feet and make him just a shot square as well. But an awfully good one there in two. Sheep in three is the outlier in terms of rib and width and natural thickness. That one's so opened up and so bold in terms of that one's body. That one's easily the biggest on the backside. We get that one propped up from the side, and I just need to see him with a bit more stretch and a bit more style to him. He's a bit deeper in terms of his chest placement. He's a bit rounder in terms of his shoulder shape. If we can make that guy just a bit more youthful and attractive up front, I think that top trio gets even more challenging. I think the sheep in four is a balanced one that's really proportional. That one's still progressive on the top side, but in the same breath, we need to open that gal up in terms of her pin set compared to her lower skeleton. She wants to close up just a shot in that regard. She wants to get a bit plainer over her loin edge. We can see her just a bit more attractive in the way she's put together from the side, but a real nice one there in four. Sheep in five was awfully good in terms of that one's trendiness. I think a sheep that has the right kind of pieces. For me, though, hands-on, that's the plainest of the top four in terms of touch. We can see that one's shoulder just a shot better, and that one could have a bit more shape down into its lower leg. Young man sheep that comes next, man, that one's hard touching up high, especially behind its shoulder. We need to fix that guy in terms of his top line. He's wanting to get a bit tight in that regard. We need to fix him over his loin edge. We need to see him just go a bit better when we get him into motion. And then the young lady that rounds us out here, man, a bold-bodied one that's got a bunch of mass on the top side. I wish he was a bit fresher in terms of his shape. Wish he was just a bit more attractive when we put him together from the side. Man, an awesome class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Division 2, first place, Catherine Olson. Second, Tyler Humphrey. Third, Michaela Curlis. Fourth, Blair Sanchez. Fifth, Haley Cooper. And sixth, Brandon Winslow. Congratulations, exhibitors. We'll move into Division 3, medium weight, Class 1. Haley Bruckner, Jaden Cardona, Tyler Humphrey, Peyton Moore, Blair Sanchez, Reese West, and Brandon Winslow. There is only one class in medium weight, the Division 3, so there will not be a division drive, and we will move into Division 4, heavyweight Class 1. Ethan Bomberger with 2, Chloe Ella Bilo, Michaela Curlis, Jace Golding with 2, Braxton Olson, and Taya Thompson. Please head to the southeast gate to check in. Division 4, heavyweight Class 1, please be checking in. Ethan Bomberger with 2, Chloe Ella Bilo, Michaela Curlis, Jace Golding with 2, Braxton Olson, and Taya Thompson.
Another nice class, and I think we got a pair of them up top that are awfully good. And for me, the one I keep going back to is the young man's here on the far right. I think a sheep that when we study that one at the ground, in terms of his true foot size, is plenty big. I think a sheep that's opened up. I think a sheep that gives us the right kind of image from the side in terms of trimness, and in terms of neatness of where his chest placement is. Hands on, he's the most aggressive behind his shoulder. Maybe his hookup isn't seamless, but at the same time, he's big and square, and that one's loin edge. I think that one's skin's awfully thin and tight and awfully good and fresh in terms of his touch. I think a nice one to win this particular group. Sheep in 2, that's the outlier in terms of stoutness. That one's so bold in terms of its body, and that one's got a bunch of mass on the top side. A bit too soft over his forerib for me. I wish that one was just a shot more aggressive. And then when we get comparative, we can pick him up in his chest a bit. We can smooth him up in his shoulder and just give him a notch more stretch and style. But an awfully stout, powerful, muscular one there too. Sheep in 3's got some pieces that I like in terms of running uphill. I think a sheep in motion's awfully good, and that one's hard right behind his shoulder. He gets a bit rounder over the edge of his loin. He wants to get a bit sharper in his hock when we get him propped up. That's the differences I see between the top 3. I think an awfully good one there in 3. Sheep in 4 gives us a nice image when we get that one put together. I think a balanced one that's still proportional. Hands on, though, that one's not near as aggressive and fresh when we get comparative to the couple ahead of that one. We need to see that one's hind leg posture just a bit more ideal. Wants to plant its hock just a bit more up and down. But an awfully good one there in 4. Sheep in 5, man, I like that one's silhouette as well. I think a trim one that's neat in terms of that one's look. I think hands-on, that one's hard touching. We need to freshen that guy up over his loin edge. We need to make him just a bit fresher behind his shoulder. He could have a shot more lower leg, and that will complement his balance from the side. Sheep that comes next, another one I like in terms of that one's body cage. I think that one's got mass on the top side, and that one gives us a nice image. That one's a bit too plain in terms of its touch when we get our hands on the top side. We need to see that one with just a shot more shape in its lower leg. And then 2, we can smooth that one's shoulder up just a notch. Again, an awfully good one there. And then the blue sheep that rounds us out, man, a bold one in terms of that one's body. That one's got some ass up high. We need to make that guy more attractive. We need to make him just a bit more shaped up as well. Great class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Division Class 3 medium weight. First place goes to Tyler Humphrey. Second to Reese West. Third to Brandon Winslow. Fourth to Haley Bruckner. Fifth to Blair Sanchez. And sixth to Peyton Moore. Congratulations, exhibitors. We'll move into Division 4 heavyweight class. This will also be the division selection for the heavyweights. Ethan Bomberger with 2, Shella Ella Bilo with 1, Michaela Kurlas, Jace Golding with 2, Braxton Olson, and Taya Thompson. There is only one class in the heavyweight division, so we will need the extra heavy Division 5 to start checking in. Haley Bruckner, Michaela Kurlas, Catherine Olson with 2, Anthony Quick, Kelby Walls, and Brandon Winslow. Don't forget, if you plan on selling your market lamb, we encourage you to go take your photo at the Hot Shot Photography backdrop at the southeast corner of the show ring. Division 5 Extra Heavy Class 1, if you have not checked in, Haley Bruckner, Michaela Curlis, Catherine Olson with 2, Anthony Quick, Kelby Walls, and Brandon Winslow, please check in at the southeast gate.
I apologize for taking just a shot extra time, but I wanted to get this right in my mind because I think there's 4 very, very good ones out here, and there's good ones down the line, just especially these 4. For me, the one that I kept going back to, that's the young man's right here. That's the one that hit me the hardest coming out of the gate. In terms of covering the basics and fundamentals, that one does so quickly. Then we get to talk some of the extras in terms of that one's chest placement, and in terms of how that one's silhouette is when we get that one propped up from the side. That one's really good in terms of his touch behind his shoulder. We can make him just a shot fresher over the edge of his loin, but his loin's still big and square, and he's big to the edges. I think an awfully good one to win this particular group. 2 and 3, I went back and forth in my mind, but ultimately, it's when we get him propped up that I like the young man's here in 2. In motion, we can fix that one in terms of his top line, wants to get a notch tighter, wants to get a bit quicker in terms of his step. But we get that guy propped up, and he's so good in terms of his silhouette. I like that one's chest placement and shoulder shape. I like how that one draws back in terms of his lines. I think a sheep hands-on is good right behind his shoulder. Over his loin edge, we can make him a bit bigger. We can make him a bit square in that regard, but an awfully good one in terms of that one's look. Sheep in 3, man, so round in terms of that one's forerib. I think that one's really upstanding in terms of his rack shape. We can fix that one in his loin edge as well. We can smooth that one up in terms of his shoulder and pick him up in his chest a shot. But, man, a very, very nice one there in 3. Sheep in 4 from the outside I really like in terms of his show sheep proportions. I think one that's really good in terms of his hind leg posture. Hands-on, a bit plainer and less descript in terms of his muscle texture. I'd like to see him a shot more aggressive in terms of right behind his shoulder. We can pick him up in his chest. We can shorten him in terms of his shoulder length. And then I think that gets awfully close. I think the sheep in 5, another one from the outside I liked in terms of his design and his balance. I think a sheep, though, that for me, we could also see him better over his loin edge in motion. Wants to get a shot tighter in terms of his spine. Wants to get a bit sharper in terms of his hock. I think the sheep coming next, another one, a big heavyweight that's so bold and it's got a lot of mass up high. We need to see him trimmer, especially over his forerib. He's a bit too chuffy for my liking today. We could see him just a shot more aggressive in terms of his shape, and that one could work up in this particular group. Young man's that comes next, another one that's hard touching. I think a sheep we just need to make better in terms of his structural integrity. Wants to get a little out there in terms of his hock. We could square him up in that regard. And then the young ladies that rounds us out here, a bold one that's got some mass. I think this ewe just needs to be a bit more attractive in the way she's put together. I think one that we could see just more ideal in her hind leg posture. Man, a great class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Division 4 heavyweight class. First place is Ethan Baumberger. Second is Braxton Olson. Third, Jace Golding. Fourth, Ethan Baumberger. Fifth, Michaela Kurles. Sixth, Taya Thompson. Keep those sheep on standby. We will be back with the overall FFA sheep here shortly. We'll move into Division 5 extra heavyweight class. There is only one class, so this will be the division selection as well. Haley Bruckner, Michaela Kurles, Catherine Olson with 2, Anthony Quick, Kelby Walls, and Brandon Winslow. Returning for the champion overall FFA Market Lamb from Division 1, we need Haley Cooper and Cooper Sanchez. From Division 2, we'll bring back Catherine Olson and Tyler Humphrey. From Division 3, we will bring back Tyler Humphrey and Reese West. And from Division 4, Ethan Bomberger with 131 and Braxton Olson.
I think we got a very nice trio, and I took a little extra time because I think these top two are so close, but the one I keep going back to is the young man's, and I think it's when we get them propped up. That's where I like him the best. I think a sheep that just fits together just a shot better in terms of his silhouette. I think one that's just a bit better out of his hip and hind leg. One that hands-on is still plenty fresh in terms of his texture. Maybe not as aggressive as some of the others out here, but still plenty aggressive for my liking. I just like this guy so much in terms of the way he's put together and in terms of his silhouette. I think the sheep in two is awfully good in terms of that one's forerib. That one's a bit rounder in terms of that one's forerib. That one's a bit more upstanding in terms of that one's rack shape. Hands on, just a nickel rounder over the edge of that guy's loin. I think he has just a little extra set in terms of his hawk, and that shows when we get him into motion. But man, that's a very minor critical deal on one. I think that's awfully good. Sheep in three is stout and trendy in terms of his legs. I think one that's so hard touching as well. We need to make him just a bit better in the way he's put together. Wants to get a little lower and rounder in terms of his shoulder. Wants to get a little tighter in the way he utilizes his hind leg. And we need to relax him there in terms of his spine. But a stout one that's hard touching there in three. Young man's that comes in four is opened up and bold in that one's body. I think a sheep that's good right behind its shoulder. We need to fix that one over his loin edge. We need to tighten that guy up in terms of his hide. He could have just a shot more shape down into his lower leg. But man, a nice one there. I think the young man's that comes next, one that's got plenty of muscle. For me, though, his loin needs to be a bit better. We need to shorten his shoulder. We need to make his hind leg posture just a bit better, a shot sharper in that regard. But a nice sheep there. Tall-fronted, stout one that comes next that looks the part from the side. Hands-on, though, we just need more sheep. We need to see that guy more opened up. We need to see him just a bit rounder there in terms of his body. And then the young ladies that rounds us out, a bold-bodied one that's got mass on the top side. We can make him more attractive up front. We can shape him up and make him a bit more aggressive. Man, a nice class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
In Division 5 extra heavyweight class, first place goes to Catherine Olson with 0-1-3. Second goes to Catherine Olson with 0-1-4. Third is Michaela Krulis. Fourth, Anthony Quick. Fifth, Brandon Winslow. And sixth, Haley Bruckner. Congratulations, exhibitors. For our FFA Market Lamb divisions will need Haley Cooper and Cooper Sanchez from Division 1. Division 2, we need Catherine Olson and Tyler Humphrey. Division 3, we need Tyler Humphrey and Reese West. Division 4, we need Ethan Division 4, we need Ethan Baumberger with 131 and Braxton Olson. And Division 5, we need Catherine Olson back with 0-1-3 and Catherine Olson back with 0-1-4. Following the FFA market lamb selection, we will go into the FFA pen of 3 market lambs. If your FFA chapter has a pen of 3, please go and check in with Mr. Schwab at the southeast gate.
We bring all our winners back out here, and man, I feel like they fit together awfully nice. So I'll go through and break them down briefly for y'all. I thought that first class, I thought that was a nice pair of them. Ultimately land on the young ladies' more white featured one. I just thought that one was a bit more attractive when we got that one propped up. I like that one's shoulder shape. I like that one's build and athletic design when we got that one into motion. Hands on, maybe we could see him a bit fresher to the edge of his loin, but man, he's still big edged and still plenty square in that regard. I thought the ewe that was in 2 in that particular class, that one was a bit bolder. That one had a bit more mass on the top side, and that was just a shot more cracked open. I got on to her in terms of her shoulder shape. She was a little rounder in terms of her loin edge. I thought that was the differences between the pair. I thought that second class was nice as well. The sheep that wins that particular class, that was the more up-fronted one. That one was the better touching one of the group, and that one was a bit more ideal out of his hip and hind leg. Again, his loin wasn't perfect, but in that particular class, I was fine with that. I thought the sheep that was in 2 there was kind of cut from the same mold in terms of design, and in the same breath, he got a little sharper in his hock. He got a little rounder there in terms of his shoulder shape. That third class was nice, and what a great pair we had there. I thought the young man's that wins was just a bit trimmer, a bit more youthful, and a bit more attractive when we got him propped up. He was a bit better in his shoulder shape, a bit better in his chest placement. That one was just a bit more aggressive in his touch as well. Then that one that was in 2 in that class, so stout, so big in terms of his mass and muscle up high. Needed him to be just a notch more aggressive. He had a little extra over his forerib, and we could pick him up in his chest as well. That fourth class, man, that one hit me hard coming out of the gate. I think a tall fronted one that's right in terms of his bottom line. I think that one's awfully good right behind his shoulder. His loin's kind of coming out of him right now in terms of wanting to get just a nickel rounder. Maybe his hind legs wanting to just plant just a shot straighter. I think that's minor, though. I think that's an awfully good one there. I thought the young man's that was second in that particular class, man, that one looked so good when we got that one propped up. I thought a sheep that was still plenty trim and plenty good to the touch. In motion, we wanted to fix that one in terms of his spine. He got a bit shorter and quicker there in terms of his step. And I thought that last class, that was a close pair, but ultimately I kept going back to the young man's in terms of that one silhouette. When we got that one propped up from the side, I thought a sheep that handled awfully good on the top side as well. Maybe not as super as aggressive, but still for that stage of the game, plenty of shape, plenty of trimness, and plenty youthful when we get them put together. And I thought the young ladies in 2 in that class, man, that one was a bit more aggressive behind his shoulder. I got on to him for his loin edge, just a shot. He's just a bit weaker there, or has just a bit too much set to his hind leg at times, especially when we get him into motion. Man, close calls. I'm going to go through the sheep one more time before I get us a champion in reserve. Again, as I do one more time, let's give it up for all the FFA exhibitors.
Congratulations. The 2023 Laramie County Fair FFA Market Lamb goes to Catherine Olson.
She said 15 minutes.
Following the conclusion of the FFA show, we will start the 4-H Market Lamb show 15 minutes after. Reserve is also exhibited by Catherine Olson. Congratulations to all exhibitors. Catherine, we will bring you back for the overall Market Lamb selection following the conclusion of the 4-H show. All right, we'll go ahead and move into the FFA pen of 3 Market Lambs. I have entries for Horse Creek FFA, Burns FFA, Prairie View FFA, and Frontier FFA. The 4-H Market Goat Show will start promptly. The 4-H Market Lamb Show will start promptly at noon. If you drive a white GMC Acadia with plate number County 2, number 15624, we need you to move your vehicle immediately.
I think we got 3 nice pins out here, and we're looking for consistency in terms of quality, consistency in terms of handle, and consistency in terms of type and kind. And I think it is really close. I think there's 2 groups that just kind of set themselves apart. One of them just hit me a bit harder initially. The group on the far left will be our champion. The group on the far right will be reserve.
Congratulations, the Burns FFA exhibits the champion FFA Pen of 3 Market Lands, and the Frontier FFA has the reserve. All right, we will start our 4-H sheep show at noon, starting with the first heat of 4-H senior showmanship. We're looking for Reagan Allen, Emma Berg, Elijah Bowes, Ryan Bowes, Emery Brannigan, Haley Bruckner, Paisley Chadwell, and Haley Cooper.
check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic 1, check. Mic 1, check. Check. Mic 2, check. Mic 2. Mic check. 2.
This is your 9-minute warning for senior sheep showmanship. 9-minute warning, senior sheep showmanship. Heat 1, Emma Berg, Elijah Bosey, Ryan Bosey, Emery Brannigan, Haley Bruckner, Paisley Chadwell, and Haley Cooper. Senior senior showmanship. Testing, testing, testing. Senior showmanship. Let's start lining.
Test. Testing in the barn.
Testing, 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 testing. Testing. How about now? Test, test. No. Testing, testing, test. Nothing. Dead. Okay, so try this again.
Test.
Testing. Testing. Dead. Testing.
Check. Mic check. Check. Mic check. Mic check. Check. Mic check. Mic check. Judge mic check. Mic check 2.
I'm going to go ahead and keep these two young ladies right here and ask them to come back for the overall showmanship drive and little things that they did that kind of separated themselves. I thought both of them were really good in terms of eye contact and were awfully natural in the way they presented their animal. I thought both of them were very quick in terms of the way they got their animal put together. Both of them didn't really fidget with them as the drive wore on. I thought both of those did an outstanding job. I'll go through and talk to these three individuals over here and give them some pointers on where we could get just a shot better. Again, as I do one more time, let's give it up for this heat of senior showmen. I went ahead and pulled the 4 that I'd like to come back to compete for the overall senior champion showman, and that's taking nothing away from the kiddos. We're going to ask to exit the ring. Little things and its personal preferences that I've kind of discussed the past 2 days are just in terms of eye contact, remaining really natural and smooth in their movements, and then 2, again, just using the ring, keeping their animal presented highly, and getting it done in a quick and efficient manner. Again, close calls. I'll go through and talk to each and every one of these kids and give them a few pointers. One thing I'd like to say, I hope all the youngsters are ringside watching, especially when we get into this senior drive, because I can tell you, you can learn something from this group of kiddos. They're doing an outstanding job.
Heat 3 should be lined up at the gate. Cooper Sanchez, Hannah Schick, Natalie Smalley, Karina Stevens, McKinley Sunderland, Leah Swarm, Maya Wiley, and Leah Kemp. A little bit about our judge today. Cameron Anderson is from Needville, Texas. He judged collegiately on competitive teams at South Plains College and Texas Tech University. While at South Plains College, Cameron was selected as an All-American livestock judge. Some of his livestock judging highlights include the second high individual at the State Fair of Texas, the second high individual at the National Western Stock Show, while also being the top 10 at numerous contests across the nation. After his collegiate judging career was over, Cameron was the assistant coach at South Plains College for 2 years. Cameron currently resides in Crane, Texas. Now entering the ring is Heat 3. If you were pulled for showmanship, please make sure you are lined back up. we need back to the ring Haley Bruckner, Paisley Chadwick, Haley Cooper, I'm sorry. Let's try that again. Paisley Chadwell, Haley Cooper. Catherine Olson, Anthony Quick, Blair Sanchez, Brandon Winslow. From class 1 and 2 or heat 1 and 2, please line up at the gate.
another good heat. We're going to pull two from this particular group to come back to compete for the overall senior drive. Little things they did. They gave me all the views in terms of giving me the chest, working their way around their animals smooth yet still natural in their motions and still at a quick and efficient manner. And then two, they were lined up the right way at all times. Again, close calls. Let's give this group a big round of applause, and I'll go through and talk to each and every kid.
Okay, final senior heat drive. Paisley Chadwell, Haley Cooper, Catherine Olson, Anthony Quick, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Brandon Winslow, Natalie Smalley. Intermediate showman heat 1 need to be thinking about it. Jaden Cordona, Michaela Curlis, Michael Etcheper, Kara Fogg, Owen Green, Anna Kemp, Cooper Baumgartner. I would like to introduce the Laramie County Fair Ambassadors. This year we have Shelby Clark, Sierra DiCamillo, Emma Henney, Adeline Schilling, and Katie Watkins. On deck, we're going to have intermediate class 1, heat 1. Jaden Cordona, Michaela Curlis, Michael Etcheper, Kara Fogg, Owen Green, Anna Kemp, and Cooper Baumgartner. Heat 2, be thinking about it, Clara Kemp, Mackenzie Merrill, Braxton Neal, Tyler Sunderland, Taya Thompson, and Reese West.
I thought we had 4 outstanding showmen, and I asked those 2 to leave, and it was just little minute things and personal preferences that got these 2 young ladies to stay in the ring. Both of them were outstanding in terms of trying to figure out what made the new animal tick in terms of getting feet set, maybe walking them in a circle and getting them back in. I thought these 2 did an outstanding job. Again, like we've done the past couple times, I asked them a question, and they're going to answer. Obviously, y'all saw them rock, paper, scissors to see who was going to go first. The question I asked them is that how can we do a better way of advocating for agriculture? Right now, we got a young lady. She's going to answer it for us.
Hi, my name is Blair Sanchez. I'm 16 years old, and I'm from the Burns FFA chapter. I currently reside in Burns, Wyoming. And he asked us, how can we advocate for agriculture? And I think there's multiple ways. Honestly, I did a speech on this, and I've been to National Western Stock Show and many other national shows multiple times. And all the city people are walking through the barns, making jokes about why they have muzzles on, why they have slinkies. And most of us just sit here and laugh and chuckle it off. And instead of walking through the barn today, there was a family that said they muzzle them because these lambs are mean, because these lambs bite. So me as an agriculturalist, I turn around and say, hey, let me educate you on why we muzzle them, on why we do what we do, so it doesn't look like we're abusing our livestock.
Hi, my name's Catherine Olson. I'll be a freshman at the University of Wyoming this fall. I think the best way to advocate for agriculture is by not just showing that it's animals. Agriculture is more than animals. You have the grain and the wheat and all of the plant side of things, and then here comes your animal. Yes, they are the thing that is on your dinner plate, but there is also things that contribute to making them be on your dinner plate. Thank you.
Again, not to sound like a bit of a broken record, but that definitely didn't make my decision any easier. I thought both young ladies answered that question very good and thoroughly, because I think there's so many different ways that we could advocate to make this thing that we love so much even better. I think, again, going back to the first answer in terms of just educating them on why we do things, that's so important because we have a lot of families that'll come through the barns that are unaware, and us educating them will keep giving us a good rap and not throwing us under the bus because some people just don't know. And then again, there's so much more than just about the animal when it comes to agriculture. It's not just the food on our table, but it's also the clothes on our back and other things that nourish our body. Again, close call. I'm going to go through them one more time, and I'll get us a champion in reserve. If we could, one more time, let's give it up for these 2 young ladies.
Champion Senior Showman, Catherine Olson. Reserve Champion, Blair Sanchez. 3rd place, Paisley Chadwell. 4th place, Cooper Sanchez. Next in the ring, Heat 1, Intermediate Showman, Jaden Cordona, Michaela Curlis, Michael Etcheper, Kara Fogg, Owen Green, Anna Kemp, Cooper Baumgartner. On deck, Clara Kemp, Mackenzie Merrill, Braxton Neal, Tyler Sunderland, Taya Thompson, and Reese West. If you are the owner of a black Kia, license plate 25218, please move your vehicle. You've blocked people in. A black Kia 25218, please move your vehicle. You've blocked people in. Thank you.
Again, I asked two helpers to come help me because I thought both those young ladies did an outstanding job in the senior showmanship deal. And this first heat of intermediates, man, it's a nice set, real competitive and tough. We picked our favorite three, and they're over here on the left. And we're going to ask these four exhibitors to exit the ring. Before we do so, though, we're going to go through and try to give them a pointer or two to help them in the future. Again, lots of close calls were made. If we could one time, let's give it up for this heat.
Heat 2, intermediate showmen should be coming into the ring. Clara Kemp, Mackenzie Merrill, Braxton Neal, Tyler Sunderland, Taya Thompson, and Reese West. Returning from Class 1 will be Michaela Curlis, Michael Etcheper, and Cooper Baumgartner.
Again, we went through and we pulled out our favorite three from this particular heat, and that's taking nothing away from the three we're going to ask to exit the ring. Little things that these three did to get a pull. Maybe it was a shot more eye contact, maybe it was just a bit more intensity, or being just a bit more natural in terms of the way their movements were, and they motioned around the sheep. Again, close calls. We'll go through and talk to these three kiddos before they head out. Again, one more time if we could. Let's give it up for this heat of intermediate showmen.
Can I please have Heat 1 to return to the ring? Cooper Baumgartner, Michael Etcheper, Michaela Curlis. Along with Heat 2, Taya Thompson, Braxton Neal, and Reese West. Junior Heat 1, be thinking about it. Grace Baumgartner, Kason Bowman, Brinley Cardona, Adeline Crowder, Sage Durner, Tegan Durner, Avon Green, Marissa Merrill. Heat 1 juniors, Grace Baumgartner, Kason Bowman, Brindley Cardona, Adeline Crowder, Sage Durner, Tegan Durner, Avon Green, and Marissa Merrill.
I think we got 3 outstanding intermediates out here, and I think these 3 could have went into the senior heat and competed with them. Man, it's a close call, and that's why we had them switch and do a couple fun things, just so we could determine which one is the master showman out of this group, because I think all 3 of them do an excellent job with their animal. They make a great team with them, and getting them off of the comfort zone and handling a new one is something I find important when it comes to finding the best of the best, especially when the competition's this close. Again, close call. One of them hit us awfully hard and does the little things right. It's a bit closer for reserve. Again, we had a close call. We got our favorite 2 out here, and I'll let the young ladies go out and select them. Again, awesome job by these 3. One more time, let's give it up for all the intermediate showmen.
Champion intermediate showman Reese West. Reserve champion showman Taya Thompson. 3rd place Michaela Curlis. 4th place Cooper Baumgartner. 5th place Braxton Neal. 6th place Michael Etcheper. Coming into the ring is junior Heat 1 showmanship. Grace Baumgartner, Kason Bowman, Brindley Cardona, Adeline Crowder, Sage Durner, Tegan Durner, Avon Green, and Marissa Merrill. On deck, we have Hattie Morrison, Quinn Schneider, Farah Schmidl, Whitley Smalley, Bryson Walls, Bemley Watkins, and Dakota Smith. Junior Heat 2, Hattie Morrison, Quinn Schneider, Sarah Schmidl, Whitley Smalley, Bryson Walls, Bemley Watkins, and Dakota Smith, please line up at the gate.
An exceptional way to start the juniors, and we went ahead and pulled 4 of them that we thought did an outstanding job, and that's taking nothing away from the 4 kiddos we're going to ask to exit the ring. Little things that kind of separated this group. Maybe it was a little of eye contact, maybe it was just being a bit more natural, maybe it was just getting the job done a bit quicker. Again, tough competition at this time. If we could, let's make some noise for this first heat of juniors.
Heat 2 at the gate, Hattie Morrison, Quinn Schneider, Sarah Schmidl, Whitley Smalley, Bryson Walls, Bemley Watkins, and Dakota Smith. Returning from Class 1 after Heat 2 will be Tegan Derner, Sage Derner, Grace Baumgartner, and Kason Bowman. line back up at the gate. Can I please have Sage Durner, Tegan Durner, Kason Bowman, and Grace Baumgartner? Following junior showmanship, we'll have Pee Wee showmanship. If you would like your kiddo to be in Pee Wee showmanship, we're taking a sign-up sheet right now. And then following Pee Wee showmanship, we'll get started with the market show.
Again, we went ahead and pulled our 3 favorite from this particular heat, and that's taking nothing away from the kiddos we're going to ask to exit. Little things kind of separated this group. Maybe it was just hand placement. Maybe it was just keeping their neck straight up out of their shoulders and not pulling it towards them. Maybe it was just getting a bit more drive out of them at times. Again, close calls. We're going to go through these kiddos and kind of give them some pointers. Again, as we do, one more time, let's give it up for this heat of junior showmen.
Okay, the two classes that had polls, Class 1, Class 2. Class 1, Grace Baumgartner, Tegan Durner, Sage Durner, Kason Bowman. Class 2, Whitley Smalley, Bemley Watkins, and Bryson Walls. Following junior showmanship, we will have Pee Wee showmanship, followed by Class 1 of Market. Underweight Class 1. An announcement, Beef Bread and Fed Show will be a blow and go only. Beef Bread and Fed Show will be a blow and go only.
We brought our kids back out that we pulled from their respective heats, and man, that was some fun, tough competition. For us, it came down to these two young individuals. A big thing that they did, they used the whole entire ring. They were awfully quick at getting their animals set up, stuck, and presented, and they kept them there in that way for the most part. Again, close calls. It comes down to personal preferences. Again, one of them just hit us just a bit harder coming out of the gate. One of them was just a bit smoother at times in terms of getting them presented. Again, we asked them some questions. I'm not one to take much from questions. I use that as a moment to educate. Again, close calls. I'll let them go out and show you the ones we like.
Champion Showman, Kason Bowman. Reserve champion, Grace Baumgartner. Third place, Tegan Durner. Fourth place, Whitley Smalley. Fifth place, Sage Durner. Sixth place, Bemley Watkins. And seventh place, Bryson Walls. Next up, Pee Wee Showman. We have McKinley, Hoyer, Campbell, Sloan, Alexander, Holden, Cannon, and Whalen. Okay, following the Pee Wee show, we have Class 1, underweight Class 1, Demi Kriz and Dugan Kriz. Then that will follow up with the whiteface class, and we have one class of white faces. So if you have a white face, you're in Class 1. Natalie Smalley, Cheyenne Howes, Braxton Neal, Marissa Merrill, Haley Cooper, Jaden Cordona, and Cooper Baumgartner. Following the white place class, we have Speckleds on deck. underweight class 1, line up at the gate. White face, be on the lookout. Natalie Smalley, Cheyenne Howes, Braxton Neal, Marissa Merrill, Haley Cooper, Jaden Cordona, and Cooper Baumgartner.
All these Pee-wees did a great job. Let's all give them a round of applause.
Good job, Pee-wees. In the ring now, we have underweight class 1. On deck, I have white face class 1. There is only one white face class. And then we'll go into the speckleds. We have 2 classes of speckleds. Outside the gate, we should have white face class 1, Natalie Smalley, Cheyenne Howes, Braxton Neal, Marissa Merrill, Haley Cooper, Jaden Cordona, Cooper Baumgartner.
I think we got a nice class and a nice pair of them here. I'm going to leave them how they came in, though, and here's why. Young lady sheep that's going to win for me, man, that was just a bit more opened up in terms of his basic build. That one's a bit better in terms of his body shape. That one's got more muscularity when we get our hands on him from the top side. I think a sheep that's balanced from the side, we could fix him in terms of his shoulder if you'd like. We could shorten him in terms of his dock, give him just a notch more down into the seat of his pants. But a nice one there to win. Sheep in 2, that's the longer, more extended one. That's got a bit more elevation to her. I think a sheep, though, when we get comparative, just needs a bit more muscularity. We can open that one up just a shot.
Now entering the ring. Nope. Now entering the ring. Now entering the ring. Nothing. Now entering. Now entering the ring. White face class 1.
terms of her feet and legs, the way she's assembled. I think a sheep that when we prop them up from the side, and everything makes sense in terms of her show sheep proportions. I think that also Crash Division 1 that's really massive on the top side. Now we can be critical, and I would say she could be more aggressive and in terms of her shape behind her shoulders. I'd like to see her just a bit more down into her lower leg. But if we're going to talk quality
Okay,
and
Jaden
skeleton
Cardona
and
is
two,
3.
balance and eye appeal, I think that's where this one wins this
Braxton
particular
Neal.
group. The sheep
4.
at 2 has things about it, and in terms of its eye appeal,
Natalie
that
Smalley
I
is
think that one runs up a
5.
little bit more. I think 2, that one is trimmer
House
and harder
6.
touching, but still we can see that
Merrill.
one's just a bit more aggressive in terms of its shape. I like to freshen that guy up over his loin edge. He wants to get a shot rounder there out of his hip, and then 2 in motion. That's the quicker
that's
step
gonna be your
on the
champion
entire
white
area.
face.
Champion
I
white
think
face.
awesome pair, 2 very, very nice ones. My compliments to those 2 kiddos. Sheep at 3, another taller fronted one that's hard touching. That one's just a bit too out of bounds in terms of its spine for me today. I need to see that one rounder and bolder in terms of its body as well. Young man 2 that comes next, a nice looking one that's kind of right behind it. That one muscular on the top side for me. We can see her just a bit more down into her lower leg. I'm going to actually go one comes next. Young lady G's really bold. That one's progression drag. We need to tighten that gal up in terms of her height. We need to scout her up in her feature. I think the sheep that comes next, another bold body one that we just need to see more real animal shape up high. We need to see that one just a bit more opened up. And then the weather that rounds us out here, man, a good pattern, sound structured one. Again, another one we just need to pull apart from the end. Great class, again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Champion. I've tried to get her. Nicole Watkins, if you could please come to the announcer stand. Nicole Watkins. Champion Whiteface exhibited by Cooper Baumgartner. Reserve champion Haley Cooper. 3rd place Jaden Cordona. 4th place Braxton Neal. 5th place Natalie Smalley. 6th place Cheyenne House. 7th place Marissa Merrill. Next in the ring is our Class 1 speckled face.
Do I need to talk every one of them, or can I just talk like my top 5?
Yes, let's go top 5. Emery Brannigan, Demi Priz, Grace Baumgartner, Aiden Green, Dakota Smith, Michael Etcheper, Patty Morrison for Class 1. On deck, we have Class 2, Brinley Cordona, Benley Watkins, Cooper Baumgartner, and Cheyenne House. My hippopotamus is currently in the ring. Don't you think looks like hippopotamus? I mean, she stands out okay up there, but that freaking ultrasound gel burned her back. She has 2 wounds on her back from the ultrasound gel. Oh, speckle class. Yeah, because they don't count that class, and they have a white face class, which I think she should be in, because they're not really like a breed in the white face class, right? Like they could be Dorset or whatever, but anyways. speckle natural hamp thin crossbred. Again, the classes will go white face speckled natural hamp thin crossbred. There was a discrepancy as the listings are different on each store. So please know, natural will go before hamp. It actually says in there. First place, Grace Baumgartner. Second place, Michael Etcheper. Third place, Aiden Green. Fourth place, Hattie Morrison. Fifth place, Demi Chris. Sixth place, Emery Brannigan. And seventh place, Dakota Smith. Second, class 2 speckled face coming in the ring, Brinley Cardona, Bentley Watkins, Cooper Baumgartner, Cheyenne Howell. After that, we'll have division drive and then class 1 of the naturals. I got yelled at for using these mics, but it's okay. He gets mad when I use these mics, but I have to be able to, the show has to go on and I can't wait for your music. Sorry, they're not working again.
I don't know about that. So we heard some of the commentary over here on the live stream.
I don't know. They come in and they make sound.
No, this is what we're supposed to do. So if it's, mic check. Mic check.
Testing.
Nice class, and the young lady right here directly in front of me, that's going to be our class winner. I think a sheep that from a balance perspective, that's the one that fits together the best in terms of how that one is assembled. I think that one's really good in terms of her body. I think hands-on, that one's the most massive and the freshest on the top side. I think a sheep I think a sheep too, that maybe not is as cool as the other side of the pillow. We could fix that one in terms of his shoulder and chest placement, but everything makes sense and everything fits together. I thought the young lady in 2 here, to the right of her, man, that's one that's so good in terms of that one's look and image. That one's hard touching and trim, especially for this stage of the game. We get critical and we can stouten that guy up. We can open him up just a shot, but man, everything looks the part from the side, and that's the best, hardest touching, trimmest one in this particular group. Sheep in 3 is awfully bold and has a ton of mass up high. We need to fix that one over that one's loin edge. We need to make that one a bit better there in terms of its spine. And then the young man coming in 4, I like a lot about yours. I like that one's image when we get him propped up. And in the same breath, though, he's a bit longer there in terms of his blade. We need to drop him in terms of his flank and give him a bit more lower leg. And I'd really like to see, I'd like to see that one a bit trimmer over his forerib. I'd like to make him more aggressive in terms of his shape as well.
Results of Class 2. First place, Bemley. Results of Class 2, first place, Bemley Watkins. Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Champion Speckled Face exhibited by Grace Baumgartner. Reserve Champion Speckled Face exhibited by Bemley Watkins. Natural Class 1, Anthony Quick, Adeline Crowder, Braxton Neal, Brinley Cordona, Haley Cooper, Catherine Olson, Haley Bruckner. Naturals only have one class. Hampshire Class 1 will be following natural class. Hampshire Class 1, Lander Crago, Karina Stevens, Kason Bowman with 3 entries, Anna Kemp, Bemley Watkins, Leah Kemp, Maya Wiley, and Reagan DeBall. exhibitors, there will be a market sale meeting, a 4-H market sale meeting at 3 o'clock in the meeting room. But not to worry if you can't make that, because we'll still be in the market show. There will be another one after the show today. Also, as a reminder, please make sure you're getting your picture taken and that you're getting your sale card stamped. As you enter the ring, the pictures are right there at the backdrop. Please make sure you get your your sale ticket stamped after you get your picture taken.
Nice class here. Nice class here, and the one I start with, man, that one hit me awfully hard coming out of the gate. I think one, again, covers the basics awfully quick. Then we get to talk some extras.
Results of the natural show. Testing.
I think we have an incredible top trio of sheep out here, and I went back and forth in my mind between these three. Ultimately keep coming back to the young man's, because part for part, that's the one that hits me as the most complete. I think a sheep that's plenty opened up and maybe not overwhelming in terms of just true natural width, but one that's got plenty for my liking. And we get that guy propped up from the side, and that's the tall-fronted one. That's the best in his chest placement. He's the best in his shoulder shape. I think a sheep that hands-on is the freshest over his loin edge when we compare him to the top three, and then one when we get behind him is still plenty opened up in terms of his pin set for his basic build. I think we have a nice one to win this particular group. Sheep in 2 hit me awfully hard coming out. That's the big-footed, stout, trendy one in that regard. That one's so upstanding in terms of his rack shape. For me, though, over his loin edge, his edges are big. We just need to see it a bit fresher today. He's kind of a bit more wrung out and raw in that regard. He's got a little extra shoulder. We get behind the sheep, and I'd like to open him up in terms of his upper hip compared to how big and massive his body is. He wants to pull his hock in ever so slightly as well. Sheep in 3 hit me hard as well coming out of the gate. That one's opened up. That one's barrel rib. That one's got a ton of mass up high. He's a bit rounder off either end of his skeleton. He's rounder in his shoulder, a bit shorter and steeper there in terms of his hip, and he wants to drop his chest when we get the sheep in motion. But man, an incredible top trio of sheep there. I think the sheep in 4 gives us a nice image from the side. Really good in terms of her proportions. I think a sheep hands-on is fresh touching. We need to see that one harder and more aggressive in terms of its handle. We could maybe trim that one up over her forerib just a shot. And then the young lady in 5, a hard-touching one that's got a big mid-back. We need to fix that one over his loin edge. We need to pick him up in terms of his chest as well. Man, a great class. My compliments to all those young kiddos.
Results of Hampshire Class 1. First place, Kason Bowman. Second place, Kason Bowman. Third place, Kason Bowman. Fourth place, Maya Wiley. Fifth place, Bemley Watkins. Sixth place, Karina Stevens. Seventh place, Leah Kemp. Eighth place, Anna Kemp. Ninth place, Reagan DeBall. In 10th place, Lander Crago. Next in is Hampshire Class 2. Demi Kriz, Taya Thompson, Maggie Price, Michaela Curlis, Cooper Baumgartner, Catherine Olson, and Brandon Winslow. Next on deck, we'll have division for both classes, and then super lightweight Class 1 of the crossbreds.
Another nice class of Hamps, and the one I start with, man, that one hit me awfully hard just coming out of the gate. In terms of covering the basics, that one does so quickly, and then we get to talk some of the fun stuff in terms of how that one's put together and assembled from the side. I think one that's so good in terms of that one's body and touch. I think one that fits together in terms of his show sheet proportions awfully well. I think a nice one to win this particular group. 2 and 3, a bit of a closer call, but the sheep in 2 is fresher to the touch, especially over that one's loin edge. That one's a bit rounder in terms of that one's forerib. Now we can see that one a bit better in terms of its hind leg posture. We can see that one just a bit better.
Results of Camp Class 2. First place, Catherine Olson. Second place, Michaela Curlis. Third place, Taya Thompson. Fourth place, Cooper Baumgartner. Fifth place, Brandon Winslow. And sixth place, Maggie Price. Can we please have the top 2 in the last 2 ham classes come back for the division? In the lightweight, Kason Bowman with 2 entries. And in the heavyweight, Catherine Olson, first place, and then Michaela Curlis with second place. Thank you. Following the division, we will have Division 1 Super Light.
We bring our
Testing, testing.
Nice class to start the cross spreads with, and the young man sheep that wins, I think one that's put together awfully good in terms of his proportions. We can pick that one up in terms of his front end and make him run uphill just a shot more, but a sheep that's really round in terms of his cage. That one's stout and opened up, and that one's good in terms of his touch up high. I just wish that one was a bit more up fronted, but still a good proportional balanced one to win this particular group. Young man that comes in two, I really like yours touch right behind its shoulder. Big and upstanding in terms of that shape. I think that one's progressive in terms of his width. I get a bit more critical in terms of that one's shoulder shape. A bit rounder and a bit more out at the point of it. Wants to get a little sharper in terms of his hock, and he could have a bit more lower leg to him. But a nice one there in two. Sheep in three, man. One that's so good in terms of its body. That one's awfully bold and fresh touching. We need it to be a bit more aggressive today. We need just a bit more shape. I wish that one was just a bit more attractive up to her front 1/3, but a nice one there in three. And the young ladies' whether that comes in four, a trim one. A trim one that's really good and hard in terms of its touch, but man, we need to see that one just a bit better right there behind its shoulder in terms of his forerib. I need to see that one better right there over his loin edge as well. Just a bit rounder in terms of that regard. But another great class. Again, my compliments to these four young kiddos.
Results of Division 1 Super Lightweight Class 1. First place, Bryson Walls. Second place, Dugan Kriz. Third place, Whitley Smalley. And fourth place, Tyler Sunderland. Next in the ring is Division II Lightweight Class 1. Bailey Faree, Tegan Durner, Quinn Schneider, Sage Durner. On deck, Division II Lightweight Class 2, Lander Crago, Cooper Sanchez, Reese West, McKinley Sunderland, and Mackenzie Merrill.
Another nice class here, and Young Man Sheep that wins. I think we got a good pair of them up top. Young Man Sheep that wins is just built a bit better out of his hip and hind leg. I think a sheep that's just put together a bit more proportional in terms of from the side. Both of those sheep are really good in terms of their touch. Both of them are really progressive and productive, yet still in terms of their body. Young Man Sheep's just a bit better out of his hip and hind leg. Young Ladies that comes in second, man, that one's really bold like we just talked about. I think that one touches really well on the top side. That one wants to plant its hind leg just a bit more up and down at times. I wish that one just had a shot more shake down low. I wish that one's shoulder was just a shot shorter as well. Nice pair of them, though, there. Young Lady Sheep that comes in 3, man, that one's got the length and extension I like. I like that one in terms of how trim it is. For me, though, today, we need to make that one a bit fresher over his loin edges. I'd like to see him fresher right behind his shoulder, make him just a bit more productive back into his rear rib and flank. And then the Young Ladies that comes in 4, man, a bold one that's got a ton of mass up high. We need to make that guy just a bit more attractive. We need to see that one just a shot trimmer as well. Great class, again. My compliments to those 4 young kiddos.
Results of Division II Lightweight Class 1. First place, Sage Durner. Second place, Tegan Durner. Third place, Bailey Faree. And fourth place, Quinn Schneider. Next in the ring is Division II Lightweight Class 2. Lander Crago, Cooper Sanchez, Reese West, McKinley Sunderland, and Mackenzie Merrill. And then we'll have Division II Drive, followed by Division III Medium Weight Class 1. Please make sure that when you go to have your picture taken that you have your sales card completely filled out. Again, you have to have your sale card with you and turned in by Thursday at 5 o'clock. And you have to have your picture taken. So today, after the lamb show, go over and have your picture taken with your completed sale card. Division winner and reserve will come back for an overall at the end of the crossbred show. Please keep that in mind because this can get really long. So division winner and reserve will come back at the end of the crossbred show for an overall crossbred.
Nice class here for class 2, and I think we got a really good pair of them up top. For me, though, I keep going back to the young man's there in the green. I think a sheep for me that's just got a bit more up and out to him. I think both those sheep in the top 2 handle just fine. I think both of them are good in terms of their body. Young man's sheep that wins just a bit better there in terms of his front 1/3. I think one that's just a bit more correct in terms of his hind leg posture and just a bit more athletic when we get him into motion. Nice sheep to win this particular class. Sheep in 2, man, that one's so opened up. That one's so bold and so big time in terms of her touch-up high. We just need to see that sheep with a bit more stretch and a bit more style to her today. Bit more conventional in terms of her type and kind, but man, really good one there in 2. Sheep in 3, a bit longer in terms of that one's pattern, really trim in terms of its touch. When we get comparative and we compare him to the 2 ahead, we can freshen that guy up, give him just a bit more lower leg. Sheep coming in 4, man, another one I think's trim enough. I think that one's hard touching. We can fix that one over his loin edge. We can make that one just a bit more attractive as well to work up in this particular group. And young man that rounds us out, man, I really think that's a high cutting one that's hard in terms of its touch. We need to freshen him up over his loin edge. We need to give him just a bit more back into his rear rib and flank. Man, another awesome class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Results of lightweight class 2, first place Reese West, second place Cooper Sanchez, Third place, McKinley Sunderland. Fourth place, Mackenzie Merrill. And fifth place, Lander Crago. Can I please have back from Class 1, Sage Durner and Tegan Durner, and from Class 2, Reese West and Cooper Sanchez for Division 2 champion.
We bring back our winners from this division, and I thought that first class, man, I thought they paired up nicely in terms of their body type and in terms of their touch and tone on the top side. I thought the young man sheep that wins was just a bit better there in terms of how he was out of his hip and hind leg when we got him into motion. Had just a bit more bend to it. I thought he was just a bit better in terms of his shoulder shape as well. Because the young ladies, man, that one's so bold and so good in terms of its touch. Just a bit more up and down in terms of the angle off its rear leg. Wants to be a little more open in terms of its point of its shoulder. But I thought that was a nice pair. And then that second class we just got through discussing, man, I thought two of them that were so good in terms of their body and touch and tone. Young man sheep that wins was just a bit more up and out. I thought a sheep that was just a bit better in terms of its front 1/3 and maturity pattern. And the one that comes in 2, so bold and so massive and so fresh. Just needed a bit more stretch and style today. Again, close calls. My favorite two come out of that second class. They'll be your grand in reserve.
Results of Division 2 lightweight. Champion is Reese West. Reserve is Cooper Sanchez. Next in the ring is Division 3 medium weight Class 1. Clara Kemp, Hannah Schick, Bailey Faree, Leah Swarm, and Kason Bowman. Followed by Division 3 medium weight Class 2, Sage Durner, Ruby Wheeler, Maddie Graves, Michael Etcheper, Bailey Faree, Whitley Smalley, and Grace Baumgartner. Lining up outside the gate should be Division III Medium Weight Class 2, Sage Durner, Ruby Wheeler, Maddie Graves, Michael Utcheper, Bailey Faree, Whitley Smalley, and Grace Baumgartner. Following Class 2 will be the Division Drive.
Nice class here, and young man sheep that wins, man, that one hit me awfully hard just coming out of the gate. We talk about one being cracked open there in terms of its chest, but yet still tucked up nice and neat there. I think that's awful antagonistic. I think a sheep that's really good in terms of right behind his shoulder, in terms of how that one touches. That one's really progressive in terms of his width. Now we could get critical when we step in behind him in motion. That one's right there on the edge of his framework. I'd like to square him up and make him just a bit more secure. But man, a really nice one to win this particular group. Sheep that comes in two, another one I like in terms of its trimness. That one's hard. That one's really extended and long patterned. Again, when we get comparative to our winner, just not near as opened up, not near as muscular, but a nice one there in two. Sheep in three, I like that one in terms of his mid-back. Really big there. Really massive in that regard. We need to make him better out of his hip and hind leg. We need to see him just looser and more relaxed in terms of his spine. Young lady sheep that comes next is round-bodied. We need to see that one better behind his shoulders in terms of his touch. We need to see that one just a bit more aggressive. And then the young lady that rounds us out, a nice pattern, balanced one. We need to open that one up from end to end. We need to see that one with just a bit more muscle throughout to work up in this particular group. Awesome class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Results of medium weight class 1, Kason Bowman first, Bailey Faree second, Hannah Schick third, Leah Swarm fourth, and Clara Kemp 5. Coming in the ring is medium weight class 2, followed by division. Following this class, we'll have the Division III drive. Then on deck, we have Division IV heavyweight class 1. Kara Fogg, Blair Sanchez, Emma Berg, Farah Schmidl, and Dakota Smith. Get ready.
Nice trio of them, and I went back and forth in my mind, but ultimately land on the young lady here to the far right. I think a sheep that's so good in terms of that one's body type, hands-on, that one's awfully fresh, especially over the edge of her loin. And we get that one put together, and everything makes sense in terms of his proportions and in terms of his balance. Now, we could get...
Results of medium weight class 2, first place Grace Baumgartner, second place Maddie Graves, third place Sage Durner, fourth place Demi Kriz, fifth place Whitley Smalley, seventh place Bailey Furry. Coming back for division drive should be first place Kason Bowman, second place Bailey Furry from class 1, and then first place Grace Baumgartner out of class 2, and second place Maddie Graves.
I think we got another nice division, and I'll break them down brief for you. I thought that first class was nice, but the young man's, man.
Results of Division 3 medium weights. Champion, Kason Bowman. Reserve champion, Grace Baumgartner. Division 4 heavyweight class 1, Kara Fogg, Blair Sanchez, Emma Berg, Farah Schmidl, and Dakota Smith. Class 2, Catherine Olson, Owen Green, Drayden Morrison, Kason Bowman, and Paisley Chadwell. Crossbred exhibitors, please remember that if you are champion or reserve of your division, you will come back for the overall crossbred in 3 classes. Exhibitors, please remember to exit and go and get your picture taken and bring your sale card. Also, there is a sale meeting after the lamb show in the meeting room.
another nice class here, and I think we got a nice pair of them up top that I went back and forth, but ultimately land on the young ladies here in the pink. I think a sheep that's just a bit more athletic when we get them into motion. I think a sheep that's just a bit better when we get our hands on them in terms of that one's touch and tone. Now we can maybe pick him up there in terms of his chest just a shot, but I think a nice one here to win this particular group. Sheep and 2 hit me hard coming out of the gate in terms of his freshness of body and condition.
Results of Division 4 Heavyweight Class 1, Blair Sanchez first, Emma Berg in second, Kara Fogg in third, Farrah Schmidl in fourth, and Dakota Smith in fifth. Next in the ring is Division 4 Heavyweight Class 2, Catherine Olson, Owen Green, Drayden Morrison, Kason Bowman, and Paisley Chadwell. We'll come back for the drive for the heavyweights, and then we'll have Division 5 Extra Heavyweight Class, a single class, Abigail Horde, Blair Sanchez, Ryan Fairherm, and Tegan Savage, and Catherine Olson.
A nice pair, really tough and competitive, close pair at that. For me, though, the one I kept going back to is the young man's, and here's why. When we get the sheep in motion, I think that one's a bit better, and the way that one utilizes his hip and hind leg, I think that one's a bit more athletic in that regard. Hands-on, that one's a shot better over that one's loin edge, and we get them propped up, and that one's a bit taller there in terms of its front 1/3. That one runs uphill just a bit more. I think a nice one to win this particular class. Sheep in 2, man, a stout one that's so robust in terms of that one's cage. I think one that's so good right there behind its shoulder. I think a sheep, though, that we need to see a bit better over its loin edge, in motion, a bit quicker in terms of its step, a bit sharper in terms of its hop, but a nice one there in 2. Sheep in 3 is progressive in terms of its width, a bold-bodied one that's really fresh touching. In the same breath, though, we need to see that one more aggressive in its handle. We need to see that one trimmer over his forerib, and that one could work up in this particular group. Another hard-touching one behind his shoulder comes here in 4. I think a sheep, though, that we need to fix in terms of his spine. We need to see him a bit better over his loin edge as well. And the young man that comes in 5, a long patterned one that's really round in terms of his cage. We need more muscle there today for me. We need more sheep from behind. We need to see him just a bit more muscular. Man, a nice class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Results of Division 4 Heavyweight Class 2. First place, Kason Bowman. Second place, Catherine Olson. Third place, Paisley Chadwell. Fourth place, Owen Green. And fifth place, Drayden Morrison. Can I please have Division 4 class winners back to the ring? Class 1, Blair Sanchez and Emma Berg. Class 2, Kason Bowman and Catherine Olson. Following the division, we'll roll into Division 5, Extra Heavyweight Class 1. Abigail Horde, Blair Sanchez, Ryan Fayerherm, Tegan Savage, and Catherine Olson.
We bring our class winners back out from this division, and I think they fit together awfully nicely. Young ladies that wins that first particular class, man, one that was so good in terms of its proportion. That one won in terms of when we got them into motion, though, between the pair. I thought the more athletic one, that one was better and more aggressive in terms of his touch on the top side as well. That sheep in 2 was fresh in his body and fresh in his texture. Needed to be a bit more aggressive touching. That one was just a bit tighter in the way it moved around the ring. I thought that second class was close, but the young man's sheep was better in terms of the way it came out of his hip and hind leg, especially when the Weathers walked. I like that sheep in terms of his aggressive touch. That one was a bit better over his loin edge as well. regard. Has an extra step to his hop, maybe a bit quicker in his step than wants to drop his hip bone. Just a shot when we get him in motion. It's a close call for me. One of them hit me just a bit harder. Reserves a bit closer, and I'll go through them again. One more time, though. Let's give it up for this division.
Results of heavyweight Division 4 champion Kason Bowman, reserve Catherine Olson. Last class of the crossbreds, Division 5 extra heavies, Abigail Horde, Blair Sanchez, Ryan Fairherm, Tegan Savage, and Catherine Olson. Following this class, we will have division drive of the crossbred division drive. I need Bryson Walls from Division 1 and Dugan Chris. Division 2, Reese West. Division 2, Reese West and Cooper Sanchez. Testing. And Cooper Sanchez.
Nice way to end the sheep show here in terms of classes, and I think we got a nice pair of them. One of them, though, hit me awfully hard, and that's the young ladies that's going to win this particular class. Man, I think a stout, burly, bold one there that's really good in terms of his touch. I think that one's right on in terms of composition, especially for this stage of the game. Now, you could get a bit critical and maybe say he's not just overwhelming in terms of base width, but I think that one's plenty muscular and plenty wide, and that one fits together awfully nice from the side. Nice sheep there. Sheep in two's awfully trim and hard touching. I think a sheep two that's really extended. One for me, though, we need to fix him over his loin edge, in motion, just a bit quicker in terms of his step. If we could see that one a bit more athletic, I think that pair would get even closer. A nice patterned one comes here in 3, and one that's really good right behind his shoulder. We need to make that one a bit square over his loin edge for me. I'd like to see that one with just a bit more shape down into that one's lower leg as well. But a nice one there. Sheep in 4, really stout in terms of his foot and bone. I think a sheep 2 that is long in terms of his body. We need to see that one with more aggressive shape up high. We need to see that one rounder in terms of his body as well. And then the young lady that rounds us out, a tall, long one that's real lean in terms of his touch. We need to see more sheep there when we get in behind him. We need to see him more opened up. Need to see him just a shot more muscular as well. Great class. Again, my compliments to all these young kiddos.
Results of the extra heavyweight. First place, Catherine Olson.
A lot of fun has been had in this crossbred division.
Results of Okay, we're coming in for the final drive of the 4-H Market Lamb. I need in the ring from our whiteface division, Cooper Baumgartner and Haley Cooper. From our speckled division, Grace Baumgartner and Bemley Watkins. From our natural division, Catherine Olson and Haley Bruckner. From our hamp division, Catherine Olson and Kason Bowman. From our Cross Division, Catherine Olson and Reese West. Following the overall market lamb, we will have the grand overall market lamb between 4-H and FFA. One more reminder to please make sure you go and get your picture taken and you fill out your sale card. Fill out your sale card before you go and get your picture taken, and make sure that the picture ladies sign your sale card. If you don't have your sale card filled out, you don't get to enter the sale that is on Saturday. On Saturday. As a reminder, all sheep exhibitors, if you were entered in the Bread and Fed show, it is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. 4-H pen of 2 market lambs, exhibited by Cooper Sanchez, Drayden Morrison, Michael Etcheper, Tegan Durner, Sage Durner, Hattie Morrison, Brinley Cardona, Lander Crago, Jaden Cardona, Blair Sanchez, Taya Thompson, and Kason Bowman. Please start lining up at the gate.